Happy Valentine's Day. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. We have our Nettie Artist Award winner, Bri Chesler, on, in the hot shop with us today. You'll see she has the really pretty, vibrant green here, looking like a Florida swamp queen. She grew up in the Florida swamps, and that's a lot of where her art is inspired from. And so she is the artist behind Untamed, the Anatomy of Desire in the gallery on display. It'll be on display here at the Museum of Glass through March 2025. And today we will start working in just a moment, and I will explain the process to you guys when we get into it. I'll tell you just a little bit more about Bri, and then I'll tell you about the ovens and the furnaces and the glass and the color. So Bri is an artist known for her innovative approach, blending various glass techniques with other media. Drawing inspiration from her upbringing in the swamps of Florida, she incorporates the chaotic elements of nature in her art, fusing biology and botany to create forms that seduce and engage her audience. So the process starts by dipping into the furnace. Bri has on the really cool neon green sweater. The process starts by dipping into the furnace. That furnace there is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. She got a little bit at the end of her rod there, and dipping into that pot is like dipping into a jar of honey. It rests at about 2,100 degrees. All of the glass inside of the furnace is clear, which means that we must add color to the glass in order for it to have color when it cools down. So we're going to start by making little bits of glass, which will then function as, can we please see the final design for today? We'll make little bits of glass, which will function as the design for day 3. We're working on day 3 today. Hairy Berries, I believe, may be the title, but I'll ask to clarify. Can we please see the illustration for what we're making today? Today, the title of the piece is Sexy Legs. If you look up at the big screen there, you'll be able to see that we have to make little greenish colored bits that will then be added to the body of the piece. It almost kind of looks like dragon fruit today on the top left side of the illustration. So we dipped the rod into the furnace and then into the color. The color, can we see the frit diagram? The colors on the table are bowls of frit. So it'll have this really beautiful light blue periwinkle, some confetti that's comprised of purple, blue, and pink hues. We'll have green, a really pretty almost goldish color, and then we'll have a powder that looks like baby powder, but it's pink. And so when Bri dips the hot glass into the bowl there, she'll then go in and out of this reheating chamber to manipulate the glass and keep it at that high temperature so it stays nice and malleable. Can we see the glory hole diagram? The glory hole is an oven that is designed to keep the glass nice and hot. It's ran by forced air and natural gas. It is only designed to keep the glass hot. There's no molten glass inside of this reheating chamber. And so that's why we go from the bench to the reheating chamber, back to the bench, back to the reheating chamber, so we can shape the glass and keep it hot. And then the bits that Bri makes, you'll see she'll go over to the garage, knock them off, and the garage is a place where items are held to be held at a steady temperature, to be reworked into the process. So, as she builds bits, as her and Trenton build bits, they'll be knocked off in the garage where they're held at a steady temperature until they have enough bits to be placed on sexy legs. Sexy legs is the illustration that we're working on today for the inspiration of Bri's work. It's this really, really cool long stocking design. Okay, that'll come after. Oh, lacy stockings after the legs. The legs have these really interesting bits of almost like greenish glass. So when artists come to work here in the hot shop, you get to work with the hot shop team, which means then you have more people so you can make things, right? A lot of things. And so you're looking at the hot shop team that Bri is being assisted by. And then she brought a couple of her mentees or assistants also that came to help with this to get some, good hands-on experience in a really fun place like the Museum of Glass. And so we have a visiting artist program. We have artists who will rent the shop sometimes also. And so there are different people who come to work with this team for manpower and strength and really streamlining process to get it done the right way the first time. In glass, it's just like in many things, you have to try a few times before you get it right. And so what's awesome about the brain power collectively here is that you can do it one time and get it right, and then keep doing it again. Can we please see some of Bri's past works? For those of you who are just getting into the hot shop, Bri Chesler is here with us this week, creating her work inspired by the Florida swamps and all the fun, chaotic joy of nature is incorporated. She's also the artist, the phenomenal artist behind Untamed, the Anatomy of Desire within the galleries here at Museum of Glass. It'll be live till March 2025. So come on down and check out our work in person if you haven't, if you're, watching us online. And if you're here with us today, happy Valentine's Day. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Happy Friday. Today we are working on Sexy Legs, and so after we look at her past works, we'll flash up Sexy Legs. And she's been making some really awesome designs this week. They almost look like they're from under the sea, are just inspired by her own abstract approach to glass. So as we continue to build the bits for sexy legs, can we please see the illustration of the item we're making today? So if you look up at the big screen there on our top left side, we have this really kind of cool jackfruit looking piece there on the left, and then in the middle you'll have one leg, and on the right and at the bottom you'll have both of the legs, and the bits that they're creating right now will be stuck to the body of the piece later. We have to make the smaller parts first for precision and for proper placement when we get ready to create the larger portion of the pieces. And so this is what we're working on today. Could we see maybe some of the illustrations from yesterday of what Bri worked on yesterday? And you don't have to show them at the moment, but maybe at a different point in time. And Bri is the visiting artist for the week. Her artist talk will be Sunday at 1 p.m. If you can't make it back, you're welcome to get online and pop up our live stream and watch what's happening here in the Hot Shop Live at museumofglass.org at any time under the Hot Shops tab. We're open from Wednesday to Sunday, 10 to 5 to the public, and so the live stream is always on for you guys to be able to view what's happening here under the cone in the Hot Shop. So in order for the glass to get color, we have to dip it into these bowls here. So we're starting with a base. It looks like a powder pink. It may finish as a different color, but it's like a hot pink. And so we'll dip the clear glass into the colored bits of glass. She has all these bowls because they all contain different colors, different layers of colors that she would like to achieve. So she'll stack them up by gathering bit by bit. So from the furnace, we'll then go into the reheating chamber, melt the glass into the surface, go back into a bowl, add another layer of color. So she'll go back and forth. The glory holes are designed to keep the glass up, to keep it from breaking. All of the glory holes have the same function. They rest at about 2,300 degrees. This keeps the glass nice and malleable to be able to be worked at the bench. All of the glass that we use comes from our furnaces. Can we see the furnace diagram? The furnace are the really large tanks with the doors on them. As you can see, they're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they hold about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass and rest at 2,100 degrees. Dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a pot of honey. It's a really large bowl, and the glass flows. So when we take it out, we must continue to rotate that rod. The rods are made from steel, and then from there, we're able to sculpt or blow the glass out. So now Bri has gathered over a pink bubble, a hot pink bubble. It'll be hot pink when it cools down. She's actually blowing into the end of this pipe. So what that means is that she's gathered, blew a bubble, gathered up some color, and then gathered more clear glass over that colored bubble. And as she blows, she can expand the bubble due to the volume of glass that she has on the end of the pipe. We'll go back into the bench. And we'll go on with our block. Our block is designed to help cool the surface layers of the glass down while shaping the glass, stabilizing it, and keeping the inner layers nice and hot. We want those outer layers to stabilize just so the bubble's not moving all over the place. Can we please see the illustration of sexy legs? We are working on sexy legs here in the hot shop today, which means that we must create bits first, and the bits there are like kind of like the greenish part of our illustration. And then we'll go in and create this small blown bubble with hot bits. The whole surface is covered, kind of looks like a dragon fruit at our top left part of the illustration. And then we'll go in and create the legs. The legs will be fused together with the hot bits in the middle. I'm sorry, with the hot little pink bulbs in the middle. This is Sexy Legs. Bri is the artist behind the Untamed, the Anatomy of Desire within our galleries. So go ahead and indulge in her beautiful work. Immerse yourselves in her body of work in the galleries after you experience her here working in the hot shop. She'll shape the glass with the jacks. The jacks are two large blades, so as she pinches her grip, it'll then carve into the glass, the surface of the glass. As you can see on the, they're dipping into the furnace now. The furnace is where all the hot glass comes from. So he'll go into the furnace. It looks orange, but it's really just clear. It's just scorching hot. It rests at about 2100 degrees. We'll go in with the papers there. She'll use her hand to guide the glass and shape it with the newspaper. It's folded up newspaper that has been soaked in water, and it provides a very intimate tool for shaping. And then she'll blow into the end of the pipe to expand that bubble. Can we please see the sexy legs illustration? I don't think you guys have got to see it yet, have you? If you look up at the big screen there, this is what we're making today. And so right now we're working on that top left portion of the design. So we're working on the really pretty hot pink bulbs that will then have, it'll then be covered in bits. We've already created the other green bits. They kind of look green in the illustration. We've already created the bits in the illustration. Some of them. We may create more at a different point in the process. The rods are made from steel, and when they start to get warm to touch, we'll go over to the pipe cleaner to cool them down, but they don't conduct heat at a rapid rate. They're not the best conductors of heat. It's just that dipping into these furnaces and these ovens with these really high temperatures, it'll start to get warm. The furnace rests at about 2100 degrees, and that's where we get all the glass from. And then the reheating chambers rest at about 2300 degrees, and that keeps the glass nice and hot to be shaped at the bench.
I couldn't quite make it out. What is she making?
She is making this really cool sexy legs
Oh, it is
illustration.
sexy legs. Okay. I thought it was like a tarantula mouth or something.
No, it's sexy legs.
Oh yeah.
Looks like dragon fruit with arms.
How is she gonna do the like the fishnet?
Oh, later.
It looks like it would be really hard to do.
She won't do it hot. She'll do it cold.
Oh.
Yeah. That's what it says. It says lace stocking design sandblasted after the hot shop. So she'll lay a pattern on it and blast it in like with a sand gun.
Okay.
And now we're adding little hot bits of glass as similar to the illustration. And so what Trenton is doing is he's bringing her bits of colored glass that are nice and hot. He'll lay it on, snip it, and then she'll turn it in the direction she'd like.
So are these other people here helping her out or doing their own thing?
Yeah, they're helping her out. That's her bit. Can we please see the illustration again of what we're working on today? I have some new visitors and I would like for them to be able to see. So if you look up at the big screen there, we're working on that small blown bubbles at the top left with hot bits, whole surface covered. So Bri has blew out this really pretty bubble that'll be hot pink when it cools down at a later point in time. And now Trent is bringing her bits and she'll cover the bubble in the bits. And then that will be the center. So those bubbles will be in the center of the two legs portion. I like to interpret them as legs, and then there will be bits that'll be placed on the legs. Bri Chesler is our visiting artist for the week. This residency is in collaboration with her show that is currently on exhibit, The Anatomy of Untamed, The Anatomy of Desire, within our galleries. Bri's a mixed medium artist. She likes to fuse all different types of materials together. She also is the Nettie Award recipient, just announced today, which is super awesome. So congratulations to Bri. Woohoo! That was announced this morning. Oh, I'm sorry. She was nominated. I apologize. She was nominated for the Nettie Awards, but we'll put that energy out there. So sorry, Bri. There she is on the big screen there with a really beautiful, vibrant green here. A little bit more about Bri. I'll tell you about her, and then be sure to check out the gallery space. So Bri is an artist known for her innovative approach, blending various glass techniques with other media, drawing inspiration from her upbringing in the swamps of Florida. She incorporates the chaotic elements of nature into her art, fusing biology and botany to create forms that seduce and engage her audience. Can we please see some of Bri's past works? So as Bri continues to add bits to our creation today, sexy legs. Can we see the sexy legs illustration? We'll have to add bit by bit. So every bit that you see, it just kind of counts how many minutes it takes to create something. Not literally, but it's a labor of love to bring one vision to life. And so, as you can see, Trenton is bringing the bits as the glass gets hot, and then Bri will shape them to the desired liking to be able to encase the entire pink bulb with bits of glass. And then the two legs there will also be adorned with different parts of bits that they made earlier this morning. I assume the legs are going to be a little bit larger in size due to the piece that Ben has brought over to the bench there, as you can see. So as we continue to work along, can we see some of Bri's past works? Bri Chesler will be here this week, and on Sunday at 1 p.m., they will have an artist talk to tell us more all about their work. Bri is a local artist, teaches in local communities here in Tacoma. Bri also is a recipient of numerous different awards and a finalist this week for the Nettie Award, which is a Puget Sound-based award. So that's amazing. We've learned that this morning. Be sure to check out Untamed, the Anatomy of Desire on exhibit. Bri created that show, and her Hot Shop residency this week is in collaboration with the show. So you get to watch her work live. It's a special treat. And I hope you guys are all having a happy Valentine's Day. It's Friday. Happy Friday. If we could potentially pan over to the left side of the hot shop, that third left bench, we are changing the axis of a piece, and what that means is we added an additional rod. We'll use the air to cool that additional connection point down, and then a little bit of water on the jack line. He will tap the pipe and the glass will release itself, the vibrations. So that this will function as, I believe, one of the legs for sexy legs, and if I'm incorrect, we'll see it all come together, so forgive me. So on the far right side, Saul is creating. Saul is Bri's mentee, and so with that, he's able to create today. I also want to speak to how Saul came through the Museum of Glass's Hot Shop Heroes program. So what that means is that we offer hot shop veterans aligned with the VA or the WTB to come to Museum of Glass and apply to the Hot Shop Heroes program where you get 8 weeks of complimentary glass blowing sessions. And so, if you know someone who is in need of art therapy or in need of being reacclimated into a group setting, that is what we provide. And so, go online to museumofglass.org to the programs and tab. Click on Hot Shop Heroes, apply to become a Hot Shop Hero, and you can come to the Museum of Glass and learn how to make glass. Sometimes the students never leave. That 8 weeks can turn into years. It can turn into relationships with glass artists, and then it can look like this. You get to come and hang out with your mentor for the day and create. And you don't often see this a lot, and so I want to highlight that the relationships you build in glass can end up lasting a lifetime. I know they have for me, and clearly for Saul here. And Saul was a part of the program, I want to say maybe close to 3 years ago, and so he's been working in glass for a long time now and really weaving his way through the glass community. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So where all the glass comes from is the furnace. It's the silver tanks with the doors on them, and they're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. And dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. When we come out of the furnace, the glass looks like it's very, very orange, but really it's just clear. So as you'll see here, he dips into the furnace. We keep the door closed so no sediment or debris can get in. And when he comes out, it looks like it's orange, but really it's just clear. To learn a little bit more about the glass in the furnace, can we please see the charging the furnace video? We have to charge the furnaces to refill them with glass. So then that way we maintain those very high levels. When the furnace gets too low, it gets hot to gather. So we have to refill the furnaces by charging the furnace. Can we see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So as you see, the glass inside of the furnace is clear, and to add color to the glass, there's a process we must do and take proper steps. So the base of Bri's creation here is pink, and we dipped in color powder for pink. But sometimes, in order to get a solid outer layer, we will color overlay. And so that means that we will lay solid color, a little bit of solid color over a clear bubble, add more clear, blow it out, and then it becomes a solid covered color bubble. So I just want to teach you guys a little bit more about how glass gets color as you are watching. Today we are using a lot of frit, which is chopped glass, and powder, which is pulverized glass. But all glass that gets color is added by colored glass. The reason why we do not have multiple different furnaces of colored glass is because it's expensive. So we buy our glass from Germany, and it comes to the distributors here in the United States, and we get it then from the distributors. And so overseas, they have multiple different furnaces with different colors that they pull color bar from. Color bar kind of looks like a really thick piece of chalk, but it's just glass. So can we please see the color overlay video to learn a little bit more about how glass gets color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Can we please see Bri's past works? For those of you who are just joining us, welcome to the Hot Shop. I hope you're having a happy Valentine's Day. Happy Friday. On the big screen there, you will see different pieces that are also in the Untamed Anatomy of Desire show that Bri has created here at the Museum of Glass. And then on the right side of the Hot Shop, Bri's mentor is creating work, sculpting. And on the left side of the Hot Shop, I believe we are getting the leg portion of Sexy Legs ready. Sexy Legs is what we're working on today. And Bri's piece that'll be in the middle, the pieces in the middle of Sexy Legs are here being slowly created bit by bit by bit. The entire middle portion will be covered in bits. These really pretty bright pink bulbs. Working in and out of these reheating chambers, they rest at about 2,300 degrees. And we have to keep the glass nice and hot so it stays nice and happy to prevent any sort of thermal shock. So that is why you'll see them go from the bench to the reheating chamber, back to the bench, back to the reheating chamber. The glass starts to get stiff in this environment outside of where it likes to be, which is in the furnace. It's a big, big bowl of hot glass right here, with the silver base and the doors. So the furnaces is where all the glass comes from, and all of the glass in the furnace is clear. The furnace rests at about 2,100 degrees. And then on the big screen there, oh, she made this on, I think, Wednesday. And it's this really beautiful kind of sculpted top. Kind of reminds me of an octopus that has tentacles coming out. Can we please see the illustration of Sexy Legs? So we're working on Sexy Legs. This is what we're working on.
Wow. Pretty fancy, detailed. Day three.
No, this is day 3. So on the illustration, this is her plan. This is Bri's plan for day 3. And they will finish this piece today. It just takes time, as you can see. When you look at different pieces of glass around the museum, every bit of color, it has to be applied, and every application is a process. So when you see different lines and different shades of color, each part is laid on in some process that you don't see. And so what you take just a few seconds to enjoy can take an artist hours and hours to create. And so that's the beauty of what we bring to the community when you get to come and hang out in the hot shop, is if you sit here with us from 10 to 5, you'll watch a whole piece be created. Some pieces take an hour. Some pieces take 5 hours. It just depends on what is being created. And so in this case, you can see every bit that Trent brings over to Bri has been being placed on for about the past 45 minutes to an hour. And that's just one of these. So it takes patience, it takes teamwork and dedication to the process, showing up and ready to do whatever the visiting artist would like to bring to life here for all of us in the hot shop. We have to give it a nice flash there at the connection point between the glass being sculpted and the connection of the glass to the end of the pipe. That portion goes into the reheating chamber last and comes out first. And so we want to keep the heat evenly distributed. So we'll give it a flash with the torch, and then Trenton will continue to bring the bits as Bri lays them on to the body of the glass. Can we see the sexy legs diagram? So we're making sexy legs right now for Valentine's Day. If you look up at the big screen there right now, we're working on this small blown bubble. So that's just that's the language that glass artists speak to be able to articulate what they would like done. And so what it says is small blown bubbles with hot bits, whole surface covered. And so Bri blew out a bubble, and now it's being covered with bits of hot glass. And the surface of the bubble is hot pink when it cools down. Right now, you kind of see a subtle pink a bit more than a hot pink, but the glass has to cool to see the true color. And then as you'll see, the next portion of the diagram kind of looks like a half portion of a crab's claw. But that's one part of the sexy legs, and then the two sexy legs will be hot sculpted together with the small blown pink bubbles in the center that have been decorated and encased with hot glass bits. As you can see there, can we see the furnace diagram next? next. As you can see, Ben has dipped into the furnace and come out. The glass looks like it's orange, but really it's just clear. It's hot. It's very, very hot. 2,100 degrees worth of heat live inside the furnace. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass, which allow us to be able to harness that energy and create things. So we can blow the glass out, we can sculpt the glass. As you can see on the far right side of the hot shop, Sol is sculpting solid hot glass. And then in the middle, Bri has blown out glass and then added bits of glass to the surface. And so the furnace is how the process starts, okay? All of the glass inside of the furnace is clear. We have different bowls of color, chopped up glass, pulverized glass, that's like powder. And so with these bowls of glass, when you rotate the hot glass into the chopped glass, you'll then get a pattern of dots. Sometimes if it's very compact, then it looks like solid color on the surface. Can we see the Frit diagram if it's available? So you have all these different colors, and on the big screen there, you'll see a really cool creature and how the finish is dots, little dots that are compact. So that is what Frit allows us to do. You can't really see it when it's being worked. The pipes are being turned and it's hot because glass holds color in different visible ways than its true color when it cools down. Thank you. So for my youth artists that are out here in the audience today, I would like to tell you guys a little bit about a program known as Kids Design Glass. And that program is designed for artists 12 and under to create an illustration, kind of like Sexy Legs here. This is a great example of a good illustration of your own idea of what you would want to bring to life in glass. And if you apply to the Kids Design Glass program, your piece, if your illustration is chosen, it will be brought to life here in the hot shop. One piece will come to our collection and go on permanent rotation. And similar to the pieces in the Grand Hall and in the art alley of Kids Design Glass, and then one piece goes home for you and your family. So, and if we could see the Kids Design Glass video, that would be awesome.
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids aged 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen, the ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, you know, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, you know, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, you know, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special.
So the final installation of Sexy Legs will be hung together, and so the pieces will not be all hot sculpted together. So for all the work that Bri has done here at the middle bench, Trenton has suited up. He'll put on the Kevlar gloves. Bri will remove this beautiful sculpture from the pipe, and then we'll put it away. So with the Kevlar gloves, he'll protect his skin from physically being burned. We'll put a little bit of water, tap the pipe. Let's give them a really big round of applause. So we'll give it the hot torch and then place it in the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight. We have to place items into annealing ovens to prevent any sort of thermal shock. We are not allowed to leave them in the natural environment. Let's give them one more big round of applause. Once again, we have Bri Chesler with us here in the hot shop, creating work. Untamed, the Anatomy of Desire is also created by Bri within our galleries. Be sure to walk through and fully immerse yourself in the beauty of what Bri has brought to the Tacoma community here at the Museum of Glass. So here on the right side of the hot shop, you'll see Saul working with Eric. These people have invested time and energy into bringing the show to life, the Untamed Anatomy of Desire. And Bri really wants to emphasize that as they have poured into assisting her through her work, that she pours back into them. And so you're able to see Saul sculpting. Tomorrow, Eric will come with somebody to assist him. Saul also started out in the Hot Shop Heroes program here at the Museum of Glass a few years back. And so what that means is that in cooperation or in collaboration with the VA and the WTB, different vets can come and receive 8 weeks of hands-on glass making complimentary. So if you know anyone that is interested in art therapy, refer them to our Hot Shop Heroes program to come and work. It's a very comfortable, intimate setting. The museum is closed. You come after hours. You get to work on the hot shop floor. But as you can see, glass, sometimes if you stick to glass, it'll stick to you. And so Saul has created various other relationships with different artists outside of our Hot Shops Hero program, and you get to see that here today live. And so as Bri has taught him, she's also pouring back into his ability to create. And so it's a really fun thing to witness, people helping others as others have helped them to raise them up to create. And as you know, it's just great to be able to help your fellow person along the way in the glass journey in all walks of life. So I just really wanted to make sure you guys understand that it is a large labor of love to create glass and to bring it to life here at the museum. The process starts by dipping into the furnace. Can we see the furnace diagram? So as we dip into that furnace there, you'll see we'll use a stainless steel rod, rotate the rod, it comes out looking similar to honey, but it's hot glass and it looks orange because that furnace rests at about 2100 degrees. Can we please see the furnace diagram? The furnace there runs 24 hours a day. It holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. And it rests at 2,100 degrees. Dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. You have to constantly rotate the pipe. If you don't, it'll all fall to the ground. And then from there, we'll go in and out of our reheating chambers. But first, you will see them come over to these bowls and dip the hot clear glass into colored bits of glass. And that is how we add color to the glass. Can we see some of Bri's past works? So now at the middle bench there, Bri will go in with the jacks. The jacks are designed to help create a line indicating the end of the pipe, the beginning of the piece, just to carve into the glass. What you watched them do here was add color over a bubble to color overlay. So now the clear bubble has color. So in with the papers, you blew into the pipe there. She'll blow into the pipe to expand the bubble. If we can please see the sexy legs diagram, that would be helpful to understand what the base of this shape looks like, or, well, what it'll become. So we're gonna blow it out. Kind of reminds me of a dragon fruit, the illustration does up on the left side of the hot shop. And then she'll encase this blown shape with different bits of glass. Let's give Saul a big round of applause for all his hard work. Let's give him a hand. He just boxed the piece, which means it'll rest there overnight until it cools back down to room temperature. Can we please see the sexy legs diagram for what it is, to see what it is that we're working on today? So if you look up at the big screen there, this is an illustration of sexy legs, and currently Bri is adding bits to the middle portion, and then when it's all put together to be shown, it'll hang together. It's about 12:38 right now, and around 1 o'clock, we'll stop and take a lunch break. So as we go in and out of the reheating chamber, that allows the glass to get nice and hot so we can continue to add the bits. And then on the far left side of the hot shop, she's blowing into the end of the pipe to expand the bubble, and he's going in with the papers to shape the glass as it starts to expand. Can we please see the Sexy Legs diagram? Sexy Legs has a couple different leg parts, and then in the middle, you'll see these really awesome pink, almost like dragon fruit looking illustrations on the page there. They'll be hung together. Bri Chesler is our visiting artist for the week, and at 1 o'clock on Sunday, you can listen to Bri and their artist talk. If you can't make it back, you can always live stream and see what's going on here in the hot shop, or live stream specifically at 1 o'clock to listen to Bri's artist talk. Can we please see some of Bri's past works as well? So on the left side of the hot shop here, the glass was removed from that initial blowpipe to work on the opposite side. They connected a bit of glass to the end. And now they're gonna clean up the opposite side. So into the reheating chamber, she'll go to get the glass nice and hot, back to the bench, and then we'll just clean up the part that was removed from the initial pipe. Welcome into the hot shop. We are here in the hot shop today. Bri Chesler is our visiting artist for the week. Bri Chesler's work draws inspiration from her upbringing in the swamps of Florida. Can we see some of Bri's past works? She incorporates the chaotic elements of nature in her art. She has on the really cool green sweater at the middle, glory hole hair. She incorporates the chaotic elements of nature into her art, fusing biology and botany to create forms that seduce and engage her audience. Her residency is in collaboration with her exhibition, Untamed, The Anatomy of Desire. It'll be on view through March 2025. It'll give visitors the opportunity to immerse themselves in her artistic process. So in the galleries, you'll be able to see items that Bri has created, and here in the hot shop, you'll be able to see how they're made. And so what we're working on today is known as sexy legs, and in the middle of the leg portion of the diagram, we'll hang these really pretty abstract forms. They almost look like jackfruits. They remind me of some sort of fruit. are some sort of kind of like chandelier with legs coming out of it. If you guys have any questions, my name is Emily. I'll be happy to answer your questions. Just raise your hand. And thank you so much. Happy Valentine's Day. Thanks for hanging out with us here on Friday, this happy Friday. Can we please see sexy legs so people have an understanding of which part of the illustration for the piece that will later become sexy legs we are currently working on? So if you look up at the big screen there, we're on the front left portion at the middle bench. Let's give Bri a really big round of applause for all their hard work this morning. Tap the pipe. We put a little bit of water on that connection point, tap the pipe, and then into the annealing oven. This piece will go overnight to cool down. We are actually now on our way to take a lunch break. We'll be back in about, don't worry, we're coming back. We'll be back in about 1 hour, so just look on the Grand Hall, the board, for when we actually come back, the specific time. Let's give Bri one more big round of applause. She's also our Nettie Award. She's one of the finalists for the Nettie Awards, and so let's give her some good energy. Also, hopefully she becomes the winner. All right, guys, we'll be back. We'll be back around, let's say maybe look at the reader boards in around the 2 o'clock hour. Thanks for hanging out with us in the hot shop today. Bri will be here through Sunday, and we'll be back. We must take lunch.
All right, so welcome into the hot shop, everyone. I'm sure you can already tell, but we're still getting started up in the hot shop. So I'll just start with an overview of who we have here, what we have going on, and then maybe just point out a couple of things in the hot shop in general. So first off, we have a visiting artist today, and her name is Bri Chesler. She's the one who's going to be working quite a bit on the glass at the center bench. And everyone else around her is assisting her in creating this work. She does have some work in our galleries right now, which is not super common. We don't commonly have visiting artists that come through that have their work on display already. And it is the entirety of the Untamed, the Anatomy of Desire exhibit. That is all Bri Chesler's work. So if you haven't seen her work already, we have that slideshow going on the screen. We have her work in the galleries, so please check that out. And we are going to see a really fun piece today. A lot of her work is mixed media, like you're seeing on the screen, but they usually will incorporate glass. So the piece that we're working on is going to be a hanging piece, apparently, which is really exciting, and she's describing it to me. It's basically two leg shapes that are going to have kind of these fishnet stocking designs on them. And there will be some interactive components to the piece where if you walk underneath it, then a leaf moves away and kind of reveals hanging berries from the piece. It's just a really interesting concept. And we do have a photo of this concept, by the way. If we could have that up on the screen, please. Yeah, and if I don't get it now, then I'll make sure that I can show it to you guys later. But we have the photo. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's the concept right there on the screen. So this is exactly what we're going to be seeing made in the hot shop. And this is a pretty large-scale piece. It looked like they already had the legs mostly made, and they're about this long so far. I'm not sure if they're going to make them a little bit longer, but yeah, it'll be exciting. And yeah, just to talk about the hot shop in general real quick, give you a couple of key details. First off, our glass furnace, where we start any of our projects where we get the molten material in the first place. Those are the tanks with the closed doors. And they hold ceramic crucibles filled with molten glass at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So each time we go in there, we're just sticking our pipe inside of the glass, then we turn and we gather a ball on the end. And so you'll see us do that pretty soon. Then these open face ones, these are to reheat the glass. So not a huge difference in temperature. They can get up to about 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, but yeah, just use it to reheat the glass, make it more malleable again. And yeah, if you're sitting in this area of the audience, you're going to feel a lot of heat. These pieces that we've been making this week are pretty large, so we have to open layer after layer of those doors to be able to fit inside. Oh, and I want to point out real quick before I move on that I have closed captioning on the screen, and the camera will start to kind of follow around what they're doing in the hot shop whenever they get started here. But yeah, if anyone has any questions throughout the process, feel free to grab my attention and let me know. And I can answer questions about the visiting artists as well, and even just kind of relay information back and forth. Yeah, it is basically a flamethrower. It gets bigger if we press a button. And so that's why it's so important that I have my closed captioning. It becomes so loud that you can't hear me. Yeah, so our visiting artist was raised in Florida, and she actually takes inspiration from her raising there, specifically kind of the swamp areas she mentions. And so there will be a lot of sea life and kind of, what was something I just saw? So Wednesday we saw a piece that was based off of sea life, and it was also based off of a corpse flower. And so just very tropical, very organic. So we already have the large overall shapes that we're going to be working with. We just need to start adding on all the details and attaching all our pieces of glass together. So this is one of the quote-unquote legs of the piece. And this has been pulled out of the garage. It's a large silver box. I'm sure a lot of you noticed that. This is sitting at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and we just use it to continuously keep the glass warm. So they prepared all these pieces in advance earlier. They had their lunch, and now they're ready to put everything together. Yeah, so the reason we have certain pieces of equipment is to prevent thermal shock. So just got a question about glass exploding, and that is something that we try to avoid that can happen from thermal shock if we heat up the glass too quickly or cool it too quickly. So these large boxes on our far walls and also in the front, I guess, we just don't use the ones in the front as frequently. Those are called annealers, and they are programmed to bring the temperature down super slowly, and they prevent that thermal shock. The hottest flame we use is this small flame. You can see how bright it is, that bright blue color. This can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And the molten glass itself, when it's the texture of honey, kind of lava-like, is at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And so I always compare the two. Like, it's twice as hot as the molten glass itself, so it's very impressive. Now, what Ben is doing is he's heating up a tungsten drill bit. He's heating up the bit itself, not the glass, and he's going to push this into the bottom of the bubble. So this is a hollow piece of glass, once again, all the way through. And this is creating an opening in the end of our piece. This is most likely because we'll be attaching multiple pieces together, and we don't want to create a vacuum by completely sealing a bubble off. And that can cause the glass to implode on itself. It's just tons of physics that we have to deal with in the hot shop. Yeah, this piece that we're working on now has at least 4 blown bubbles that are relatively large that will all be coming together. And because of that, we need to be able to have this many people working on the project. Yeah, that way they have at least 1 or 2 people at each bench, and they're handling the glass. It's really hard to blow glass on your own in the first place, then can't even imagine connecting multiple pieces of glass together on your own. You can basically make anything out of glass. It does have its limitations, like any material. But there's something called Kids Design Glass, for example. And that's something that you can draw literally whatever you want, and it has a chance to turn into glass. So you can basically make anything. So the glass that we use in the hot shop, specifically in a lot of hot shops, is a soda lime glass. And this means that there's a little bit of soda ash, a little bit of limestone, but it's mostly silica sand, just like any glass. Yeah, so most of them, I mean, they're all based off of silica. This one is a soda lime glass. So we experiment with the glass all the time. I've seen people put organic materials inside of glass, like leaves or paper, and a lot of it burns. Some of it can leave patterns behind inside of the glass. We put different metals and minerals inside of the glass to get color, for example. So different metal oxides can create different colors. Oh, this is a really important moment. I don't want to miss this. We just brought over a pipe, and this is a hollow pipe that we've just attached to the end right here over that opening we drilled into the bottom, which a lot of you remember. And this is a hollow connection, so if we were to blow into the end of that pipe, it would pass into that bubble right now. And once again, this is creating a vacuum inside of this piece after we close off this side that's attached to the original pipe. And to break pieces off of pipes, we'll usually apply a little bit of water to that connecting point, which is causing cracks, small cracks from thermal shock. So we do use thermal shock purposefully to remove pieces from pipes. And now we'll start heating up this end of our piece. We'll slowly close it off bit by bit. And I have been getting a few questions about color. So I don't want to distract too much from what's going on the floor, but you guys didn't get to see them create these bubbles in the first place. So I'm going to play a video that shows how we get color in the glass. Oh, wait, actually, I don't think I can play that video quite yet, but I will bring over an example. Okay, so tiny piece of glass, not incredibly exciting in my hand, but this is called color bar, and it comes in pretty long bars, and we'll just chop it up into sections like this. And we will melt this color down and kind of layer it on top of a starter bubble. And when we're working with the glass, it's kind of the texture of taffy or putty, so it's not going to just completely melt into each other. They're more so like the rings of a tree. If you were to cut the piece of glass open, you'd be able to see those layers of different colors and clear glass. So we have a thin layer of green inside of this piece of the center bench, but it's mostly clear glass. And if you looked at the cross section, you'd be able to see that. And yeah, these colors come from different metals and minerals mixed into the glass. We don't make it here at the museum. Yes, so some materials are really, really insulating. And this oven that we have at the center bench, for example, we have something called kiln brick inside of it. And it's kind of like a ceramic. It does surprisingly have some silica inside of it, which sounds confusing because we were melting silica in the hot shop. But there's some other materials added in there, and it has a really, really high melting point if it doesn't melt at all. Meanwhile, we have steel that we're working with as well. Steel has a higher melting point than glass, so it's not going to melt, but we are making it malleable technically. So we can bend our pipes on accident, and we are technically quenching the metal all the time when we heat it up and then dunk it in water to break the glass off. So this piece of glass that has just been brought over, it looks like it's all black from the outside, but it actually has a layer of purple underneath. And the way that they're going to reveal this layer of purple is they're going to cold work the surface of the glass. And cold working glass is, as it sounds, we work with the glass cold instead of hot, like in the hot shop. So they'll be able to grind, etch, and kind of reveal that second layer of color underneath. So we've heated up our 2 connection points enough to attach them together. And you can tell that the rest of the glass is pretty cold. We don't want to heat up the entire thing, otherwise everything would be moving all at the same time. It'd be really hard to work with. So now that we have those 2 pieces connected, we're going to break away this second smaller pipe that we used to bring it over. And just like that, we have our first leg created. Yeah, when it comes to the kind of team working or group work of glass blowing dynamic, I can't think of words right now. The person who sits down at the bench, they're called the gaffer, and they're kind of like the team leader. And frequently at the Museum of Glass, when we have visiting artists come through, they are not even the person who sits at the bench, interestingly enough, but they're still the one who is kind of controlling the entire design. They've created the design, they bring it in, they tell them they want it a little bit longer, a little bit shorter, it's not the right color, let's restart. You know, they have a lot of control over the project. But the person who sits down at the bench, they usually have quite a bit of experience blowing glass. And Ben, he works for the Museum of Glass as one of our resident glass blowers, and he has over 30 years of experience. I think just about 30 years of experience blowing glass. Yeah, so we're not seeing a ton of blowing at this part of the process, but we're seeing a little blowing now at the center bench. And once again, we have that small opening we drilled earlier, and then we connected that hollow opening over the end. So we're able to blow into this piece, and that's why it was so important that we did that. Oh, looks like I'm able to pull some stuff up again. So I want to show you guys the inspiration for this piece again, or kind of the idea behind it. There's a completed photo that our visiting artist, Bri Chesler, brought in. Once again, I just want to point her out to anyone who is new in the hot shop. She's the one wearing a lot of very bright neon green, that bright green hair. But this is the image she made up on the screen now, and this is what we're making. You could see that we are already started on one of the legs, and we'll have another one created. And we also have these, I think that she called them hairy berries. Yeah, there we go, hairy berries that'll be hanging in between those legs as well. And we have a lot of these components already individually made. We're just attaching things together one by one and creating that piece. And once again, this is going to be displayed by hanging it, kind of suspending it in the air so people can walk underneath it and see the entire piece, which is really incredible. Now, just to talk about a couple of these tools for a second. So we're continuously using these wooden paddles. We're not using them to touch the glass at this moment. We are using them to shield the artist's hands and arms from the heat that's radiating off of the piece. And the piece, it has to stay at least about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, if not warmer, at any point in time when we're working with it in the hot shop. And that's kind of a happy medium temperature for glass. If we let it drop below that temperature, it's cooling too quickly for the material, and it goes through thermal shock and it can break. So you can imagine there's a lot of heat coming off of that if you're just a couple of inches away. So an important part of this piece that was described to me, Bri was mentioning that she was going to add these sort of ball and socket joints. So she's heating up a small section of the glass, and she'll be able to push into the glass using this small steel ball to create quite literally that ball and socket joint. Don't worry, they've got it. It's just concrete. I know, it's a little scary to think about that torch after I told you the heat of it earlier, huh? So once again, we're working at multiple benches at the same time. All these pieces will eventually come together to just be this larger incorporated piece. And yeah, this is one of the legs at the center bench. They're continuing to work on more quote-unquote hairy berries over on the right bench, if anyone's curious about what's going on over there. And what this is it looks like it's a pink base bubble, so just a smaller bubble overall, and it's pink all the way across. And they have these bits of glass that they're bringing over and over again and attaching to the surface to create all these individual little hairs. And they are pretty curly. It's not like stick straight spikes coming out of the glass. So just a little visual descriptor of what's going on over there. Yeah, so we're using multiple kind of heating sources right now. We're using this fluffy flame, this larger torch, to heat up overall cold areas that need to be kept above that safe threshold of about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And then we're heating up the entire thing overall. This is called flashing, when we go inside of the furnace and just heat everything lightly, making sure nothing drops below that temperature once again. And then we're using this small torch for the finer details. We always use this for sculpting, or if we just need to work with a small section of glass at a time. And yeah, we mostly have natural gas in here, like this fluffy torch I think is natural gas, and then all the furnaces are natural gas. And then the smaller torch we're using runs off of propane and oxygen. It's that really nice focused flame. Yeah, that oxygen makes it a lot hotter. Yeah, so I was just checking in over here, seeing what they were pulling out of the garage, and they're going to start attaching these little kind of hairs to the surface of the glass now. So we're bringing over the first one. These have been described as many shapes throughout the last few days. They look like hot dogs, they look like Cheeto Puffs, they look like little hairs, but they're being attached to the leg inside of the little individual divots that were created on the surface of the glass. Yeah, so I had some good questions in the front, so I want to relay a little information if anyone else is curious. But yeah, once again, Bri Chesler, visiting artist today, the one who is wearing a lot of green at the center bench. She's here for an artist residency, so she was invited to come and make basically anything she wanted for an entire week. And that process is pretty competitive. You submit a proposal, and then they have a team of people that look through them, and they choose people to come in. And yeah, that we have a lot of visiting artists that come through here. Sometimes it's so busy that it's like an entire month of visiting artists each week. And there are pieces that were made of hers on Wednesday. She started here Wednesday. She's going through Sunday. And it is still cooling down inside of the annealer on the right wall, that large black box. I wish I could show you guys. It was such a cool piece to watch them make. And it was based off of a corpse flower and also kind of sea life at the same time, or marine life. So it had tentacles instead of petals. It was really interesting. Yes, so that piece, it had a lot of thickness to it, so they're cooling it for a pretty dang long time. I mean, it's been 2 days since they popped it in there, and they started cooling it at about 5 p.m. So probably about 2 days for each cycle. For each individual day, they'll have to wait 2 days to get those pieces back. And that cycle, by the way, it starts at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and then they press a button and slowly cool everything. And if they can, sometimes they'll fill up the box as much as they can and load multiple pieces inside of it. But since these are so complex and so large, they tend to only create one in a day for this residency specifically. So this piece is a little hard to describe, so whenever I describe it, I pull up the image that our visiting artist created. And I do have a paper example of it here, but could I have the image up on the screen, please, what we're working on? Could I have the image of what we're working on, please? Thank you. All right, so up on the screen we have that image now. It's a very difficult to describe piece of glass, but I'll do my best. We are working on what is essentially a leg at the center bench, and we have two of these that'll be created. Over on the right bench, they're continuing to make what our visiting artist is calling hairy berries, like a fruit berry. And this piece is heavily inspired by fruit. And this piece, kind of like fruit, will be hanging from the ceiling when it's displayed, which is really cool. And so this piece of glass at the center bench, you'll notice it looks a little bit different than the final product. We don't have that sort of fishnet or lacy stocking design on it yet. And so what they'll do to get that is they're going to cold work the surface or etch and grind at the surface to reveal the purple color underneath the black. So we have layers upon layers of detail and days of work for this piece. It's a huge project. But yeah, that's what we're working on. And we're maybe only halfway through the finishing part of the process. We'll definitely be working on this for the rest of the evening or afternoon. So this piece, that's a little tricky because it has all those little hairs coming off, right? So they're either going to have to just very carefully balance it on those hairs, or they might have something set up specifically to hold it gently in place. Like the piece that they finished on Wednesday, for example, it was very spiky as well. It had tentacles coming off and all these different spikes. And so they had a little ring set up in there that they just set the piece upright on and balanced it that way, even though it didn't have a flat bottom yet. So they might have something similar for this one. They might be able to balance it on that little nub that they have attached to the pipe, but we'll see. Yeah, so what Trent was doing over here, he's working with some sort of insulating material. This is mostly made out of silica as well. It's these really, really thin fibers, so we want to be careful handling it. But this is what we'll usually set the pieces on top of if they're really fragile, I believe. So we may just be setting this piece on its side in that box on top of that fluffy material. So this piece at the center bench, at this point, they're just getting ready to break it off and put it away. So they're torching this area where we have all that clear glass on the pipe until they see some movement in that connection. And then they know it's warm enough and safe enough to break off of the pipe and put it away. If we were to just go in and break it off, the cracks in the water can travel through cold glass. So we just have to make sure the surrounding areas are warm. And to put these pieces away, we'll usually have someone get suited up in these big Kevlar gloves, which are apparently the same material as firefighting suits. And we'll pick this piece up off the end of the pipe and then gently place it down inside of that box. That box is sitting just at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. It'll slowly cool this piece for however long is needed, maybe about a day for this piece. So we're cutting in that connection, weakening it enough to break it off. To do this, we're using a pair of shears, kind of like glass scissors. And we kept those gloves underneath just in case it decided to pop off in that moment, and this has happened before, and that's why we're always ready to catch it. Everything is just a really delicate balance of heat right now. If we heat it up too much, then the hairs and other fine details can start moving. They can get crushed as we set it down on its side in that box. So we're keeping it just cold enough to not move, just hot enough to not break. It's a really delicate balance. And next we apply some water to that connection point that we were cutting in earlier. You can hear that hissing and crackling as it cracks the glass. And just like that, we have broken our piece off the pipe. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that enormous piece of glass. Thank you, everyone. So once again, this has gone inside of an annealer. This is going to safely cool it over a long period of time, which is preventing thermal shock, which is super important. So now we can focus on our next piece of glass. Now, once again, I think some people have stuck around long enough to remember this, but in the very beginning, right after we came back from lunch, we had already started off with the majority of those pieces already made. So you didn't get to see the coloring process at all today. And I want to make sure you guys have a chance to see that before you decide to do anything else. So I'm going to play a video that shows the coloring process, which is called a color drop or a color overlay. Can we have that video, please? Thank you.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So that was just a quick showing of how we get that smooth, even layer of color across the piece. And yeah, I believe that we have one more of those legs to see, but they just finished a really big piece of glass, so those glass floors that we're working on that are going to take a little breather, maybe get some water, and deliberate on how they're going to move on. And just a good time to remind everyone, if anyone has any questions, feel free to let me know. And you know what, let's see some of Bri's work up on the screen as well. So it's been a little while since I've shown this off, but we have some of our visiting artist artwork, which will be popping up on the screen pretty soon. Once again, visiting artist Bri Chesler. She has a residency from a couple days ago, Wednesday, all the way through Sunday, and she's the one wearing all that bright green. Hey, can I have Bri's work up on the screen, please? Thank you. So I want to point out, especially important, Bri has some work in our galleries at this moment. She has the entirety of the Untamed, the Anatomy of Desire exhibit. That is all her work in there. And she works with glass as kind of the centerpieces of her work, but she works with mixed media that she'll build up and around it, including neon. A lot of the pieces that are in our gallery right now have a lot of neon, which is really cool, like a neon sign, you know? And those are tubes of glass that have been bent and then filled with a gas through a bombarding process, and then they add electrodes to either end and light the neon sign up. It's a really interesting process. And apparently a lot of Bri's work is based off of where she was raised, which is in Florida. Specifically, she mentions kind of the swampy areas, but the piece that we saw on Wednesday had a lot of, she said, botanical and ocean life kind of inspiration. Talk about cane. So I know a lot about cane. Whether I can describe it to you is another story. So I'll pull out some visual examples. This is not exactly cane. These rods of color are technically used for flame working, but same thing. But to create cane work, we'll usually take the cane and we'll chop it up into kind of pencil length sections. And then we'll lay it down on a tray that we can heat up. Sometimes the tray is made out of kiln shelf, sometimes it's made out of steel. And we'll have it side by side by side. And if we roll this up on the outside of a bubble by heating it up lightly and then literally just touching the bubble down and rotating, we pick up all those individual pieces of cane and it creates striping across the glass. So that's just very basic kind of step one. From there, you can do so many different things with it. You can twist it and you can have spirals of color. You can create a second bubble using those same exact techniques, twist it in the opposite direction. And then when you stuff one of those inside of the other, it creates these crisscrossing lines called reticello, which is probably what you're thinking of, right? The reticello. Yeah. Oh, that stuff up there, yeah. Yeah, so some of those, it looks like they have segments of just straight cane. Some of them, maybe a little bit of funky, spiraling, twisty cane. But yeah, that's kind of how you start. And you could just do infinite things with it. You can stuff it into molds, and this bends the lines. You can twist it, yeah. Yeah, I love questions. So if anyone ever has any questions. So, just like that video we saw, we are seeing the color overlay process happen at the center bench, starting with melting the color. We dropped it on top of that clear bubble, and then we went through the process of pushing and rolling this color back using the metal table right here called the marver. And we use the marver quite a bit. We use it to shape the glass like we are now. Sometimes we'll use it to cool the glass. Wherever it touches the metal, it's pulling the heat out, and it's making the glass less malleable, which helps it blow out in a certain direction. So we can kind of control the thickness of certain areas. And yeah, once again, we're working at multiple benches at the same time, just trying to get as much done today as possible. We have multiple components coming together for this one piece. And the pieces that they've been making over on the right so far, these are called hairy berries. And the purpose behind them is to hang along with those legs that we created, which you guys saw the photo, right? No, you didn't see the inspiration photo? Okay. Could I have that photo again of what we're working on, please? Yeah, so this is what we're making. You can already see the shapes coming together. We have 2 legs, and we've already created a leg just a moment ago before you guys came in. And we also have these berries that are going to be hanging down. And this is a really interesting piece. It's going to be hung up into the air so people can go underneath it, which is really cool. We don't frequently see pieces like that. It's really hard to install them that way. But yeah, that's what we are working on today in general. They've done a ton of prep work for this in this first half of the day. And now that we're in the second half, we're just kind of finishing things off. Thank you. So just chatting with our visiting artist very briefly. Once again, that's our visiting artist, Bri Chesler, that's wearing all that bright green. The piece that they're working on at the center bench is going to turn into the second leg. So we are going to see kind of start to finish. We already have this lower half of the leg created, the area where the fishnet's going to be, that kind of stocking pattern. But this is the upper portion of the leg, thicker area. So it's going to be a pretty big piece of glass that we're blowing. And yes, surprisingly, we always start this small. You have to start with just a single gather on their pipe. There's no more than you just can't pick up any more than that for your first little bit of glass. And we'll continue to build layer upon layer of glass on top of this by gathering layers of clear glass on top, just physically, like sticking a wooden dowel into a pot of honey. Hello to those who joined in recently in the audience. Just want to update you on what we have going on real quick. So at the center bench, we have a pretty large piece of glass that is going to be blown out into a very large, kind of cone-shaped piece. And this is made by our visiting artist, Bri Chesler. She's the one who's wearing a lot of green at the center bench. And everyone else is assisting her in creating this work of hers. We do have a couple of different things going on at the same time, like we have some work being made over on the right as well, but all these pieces are coming together for just one larger piece. And could we have the inspiration photo once again, please? Thank you. So this is the photo that they are creating the work based off of, and yeah, we've already created a good half of this piece. We created one leg, and the hanging fruits, these are being called hairy berries, like a fruit berry, by our visiting artist. This piece is supposed to be pretty interactive and really hint towards hanging fruit, because this piece is going to be hung up from the ceiling so people can walk underneath it. And I've also been told that there's going to be some more kind of mixed media pieces being incorporated within this, so we may see some leaves in the final product that'll be kind of sheltering the piece inside. Thank you. So this piece at the center bench, though, this already has a lot of green color within it. We just can't see it because this glass is so hot that it's glowing orange like lava. It's radiating light and heat. But we're just now starting to blow this out. Whenever you see somebody with their mouth on the end of the pipe, this is the actual blowing and glass blowing coming into play. And just to point out specifically on the right, this is where they've been creating those berries. And what they're doing is they start with kind of a balloon or egg-shaped piece of glass that's been blown out, and it's pink. And they're bringing over this bit of pink glass over and over and over again, attaching it to the surface and creating these hair-like pieces that are stringing off of the bubble. Wow, now at the center bench, we are moving along pretty quickly. We are starting the jack line, which is this divot in the glass that we create using the jacks, these two metal blades. And this is where we break the entire piece off of the pipe later on, so it's really important that we create this line before we go too much further in the shaping. There's so many different tools I could describe here. So these wooden paddles, we're just using them to shield Ben as he's working on this big piece of glass. It's radiating that much heat. And at this moment, he's using a pad to shape the glass. This is surprisingly just folded up newspaper soaked with water, and that is it. And I know you can't feel any heat through it, surprisingly. I would know myself, but yeah, and that's it. You can kind of contour the papers to your hand and then contour the glass to the papers. It's kind of like sideways pottery. And since we've already created one of these legs earlier before you guys came in, we have to make sure that this second leg is going to match at least very close to the same size as the first one. So we've brought over some calipers. We're just going to double check some measurements as we go along. Also, we've used a couple of different colors on this piece at the center bench. We'll be able to see them better and better as they blow it out, but we started with a base layer of green, kind of a solid, even, smooth color across the surface, and then we rolled the glass through a powdered color. And colored glass, by the way, it just comes from different metals and minerals and oxides that are mixed into the raw glass mixture, and we get it shipped in that form. We never make it ourselves. And so we just kind of picked it up on the outside of the glass. And you'll be able to see that texture. So next, Ben is going in with the jacks, and he's going on the end of the bubble and creating this ball on the end. And apparently this is supposed to act like a sort of ball and socket joint at a later date, so these pieces will be able to hang together and be attached in a very specific way. Oh, and for those who just joined, that sentence probably didn't make any sense to you, so I'm going to show you the image for the work that we are making right now. Could I have the inspiration photo, please? Thank you. So these are the pieces of glass that we're working on today. We've already created one of these legs, and we are working on the second one now. And the fruits that are hanging in the center, those have been made continuously on the right bench today. They're still continuing to make them. So if you want to take a peek, feel free to walk around the entirety of the hot shop and take a look. But yeah, all these pieces will come together cold, so we're not attaching them molten hot in the hot shop, so they physically stick. Instead, they'll all be assembled on a later date, along with some mixed media as well. Our visiting artist works with some mixed media, like you'll see in the galleries. She has a lot of work in our gallery right now, specifically the Untamed, the Anatomy of Desire exhibit. All that work is hers. Bri Chesler, she's the one in the green at the center bench. But yeah, we shall see how this one goes. We finished a decent amount of work so far. Feel free, if you guys ever have any questions, let me know. I can even relay information back and forth between the visiting artists and you guys if you guys have any specific questions. So next we're going to see something we don't see super often. Ben is heating up the very end of a tungsten drill bit, and he's activated this drill as well. So we're physically drilling and melting a hole into the end of this piece. And what this does is it's going to make sure that, one, we're not creating a vacuum inside of the piece by completely sealing it off, because we will be closing the other end that's attached to the pipe. And two, we will be attaching another hollow piece of glass over the other end. And so we need to be able to continue to blow and work with the glass, even after it's removed from this blowpipe that it's on now. It's definitely a tricky concept, but to be able to continue to blow, we'll attach another hollow pipe onto this end that we just drilled a hole into. And we have even more details for this piece made and set aside. From the image, you saw that there are all these little hairs on the legs, right? So those hairs are already made sitting inside of this box right here called the garage. And this is where we store a lot of different pieces of glass, including the color that we even start with. And it's all just sitting in there at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, just staying barely warm enough for us to start picking it up and working with it again. So what we've just done here, we've prepared a hollow pipe, which I mentioned earlier will be attached over that hole we drilled. And this has some clear glass on the end. This is just acting as our attachment point and connecting to the piece itself. And while that connection is still hot, Ben goes back in with the jacks, and he's creating a small divot just to make it easier to break this pipe off later on as well. So just always thinking ahead. There are so many different steps that you need to do for the process of glass making. And to break this piece off of its original pipe, we apply some water and then tap. And that pops the piece right off. And welcome to the newcomers and returnees to the audience. So we have made it pretty far. We finished that leg that you guys saw earlier. And for those who don't know what I'm talking about, I will have the image of our kind of inspiration photo up on the screen, please. Thank you. Yeah, I know, so we finished it. I thought that maybe we would attach all the pieces together hot, and then it would be like this big mass like you're seeing on the screen. But apparently what they're going to do is they are making all these individual components, and then they'll attach them all separately when they're cold and kind of assemble them and hang them rather than them being physically connected in a way, if that makes sense. So we're making the second leg now. So you guys got to see a really decent portion of the process earlier. You just missed the part where we broke it off and put it away. I know. But yeah, for those who just joined in, we're making one of those legs like you just saw on the screen. We have been continuously making the fruits that hang in the center over on the right bench. They're being called hairy berries, like the fruit kind of berry. And this is a mixed media project. We're just working with glass right now, obviously. But when everything is cold, our visiting artists will assemble things together with beads and fabrics and everything else that she uses, like neon, like you're seeing in the galleries. In the gallery, she has this huge exhibit called Untamed, the Anatomy of Desire. That's all our visiting artist work, Bri Chesler. And she's the one in the bright green right here, just to point her out to you all. So this is the second half of the leg that we've just attached at the center bench here. And right now it appears to be all black, but underneath the surface of that black glass, we actually have a purple layer. And this is going to be exposed through the cold working process. So they'll grind and etch and maybe even sandblast at the surface of the glass. And that's going to break through that black layer and reveal the purple. And that's how we're going to get that fishnet stocking design and that layering of really intricate color and design. And I think it's really impressive when pieces are cold worked like that, because it adds an entire day to the process at least, if not more, because it has to cool down, obviously, after we're done with it in the hot shop. And then we use these kind of similar to woodworking tools to work with it. So this is where we're going to see the rest of the blowing happen. We are just going to blow it out enough for the entire surface to look smooth and conformed. And then we'll start attaching those little hairs that you saw in the photo, which we already have those hairs made. They're sitting inside of that box over there, which I pointed out to some of you earlier, this large silver box, the garage. And I know we have some newcomers, so I just want to point out these tools real quick again. Ben is using this pad, which is actually just folded up newspaper that we've soaked or splashed with water. And those wooden paddles that we're holding up continuously, we're not touching the glass with them quite yet. We are using them to shield Ben from the heat that's coming off of the glass. And this is pretty continuous, especially if we're working with a really big piece like this. There's just so much heat coming off of the surface. So we're continuing to heat the glass pretty lightly. We want it to be malleable, but we don't want it to turn back into kind of a liquid. And so we're heating it just enough, and we're able to bend it using the papers. Once again, that pad in Ben's hand, just folded up newspaper. And once we see this shape, that means that we're pretty close to attaching some other smaller details, such as the little hairs that need to go on this leg. And I pointed out to some people earlier, but we have a couple of layers of color on this piece in the green section, and you can start to see some of that texture now. You can tell it's not completely smooth all the way across. So this glass has an even layer of green color, but then they also rolled it through a powdered color to get that slight texture that you see. Well, it's not going to be a physical texture, but it's a visual texture. You get it. So now we're starting to use this small torch and heat up sections of the glass at a time. And we're using a steel ball to push into the surface. This is creating small divots across the entire piece, and this is where we're going to be placing those hairs. I think this is supposed to create the appearance of maybe pores or where a hair follicle would come out. And so just detail on top of detail for this piece. It's still very whimsical. And fun fact, this torch is the hottest item in the hot shop, and I just love to talk about the temperature of it because it blows people's minds. But it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The molten glass itself, when it's the texture of honey, is at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's over twice the heat of just the literal molten glass. So very impressive, and you definitely don't want to touch it. So I know that new people have joined in here and there enough that I don't think a lot of you have seen the slideshow for Bri's artwork. I just want to be able to show off all of her capabilities and just the varieties of media and textures that she works with her pieces. So could we have Bri's artwork up on the screen, please? Yeah, thank you. So this is the design they were working on Wednesday. That was really fun to watch. And then the rest of the slideshow, it's mostly photos of her work that she's created before, but some of it's going to be kind of inspiration photos, like what we're working on today, for example. And some of these pieces you'll see in the gallery, like this one looks super familiar to me, so I think this is one of them that is on display right now. Yeah, as you can see, there's a lot of other mixed media that comes into play with a lot of her work, including neon, which I'm personally very impressed by neon. I tried it once and it was very difficult. You have to go through the process of bending the glass tubing, and then you have to bombard it, which is filling it with gas, and then add the electrodes on the end and light it up. And it is kind of like a light bulb, really, really fancy, expensive light bulb that takes a lot of work. I just want to check in and see if anyone has any questions so far, and they can be questions for or about our visiting artists as well. I can try to relay information whenever she's not busy. Yeah, I just want to talk about the massive amount of glass that we're using. The piece that was made on Wednesday had multiple components to it that were completely solid glass. They were sculptural components, and they're still cooling inside of that box on the right wall. So these pieces are taking about 2 days to cool down. I think it is in the 200s range, maybe even just below 200s now. So we might be able to pull it out at the end of the day today, but yeah, they take a really long time to cool. Usually the cooling cycle is about overnight, so 8 to 12 hours. Very big difference. And at this center bench, we're adding on these little hairs. Once again, these are some details that were sculpted earlier in the day as well as earlier in the week, just in preparation for this piece. And these are going to end up more of a yellow color than what you're seeing right now, apparently. Kind of like a burnt yellow was described to me. Sometimes colors in the hot shop look a little bit different when they're hot, but when they cool down, they go back to their true or original colors. Yeah, so just to talk about the heats in the hot shop, since we have some newcomers here and there, the piece that we're working on is in a relatively delicate balance. We're trying to keep everything warm enough to not crack or break from thermal shock. So we have to keep everything at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's why we're going in and out of the furnace over and over again. That's why we're torching that area where the glass is connected to the pipe. It's all just to keep everything warm enough. But if we heat it up too much, then all these small hairs we've been attaching will start to move around. They might connect to the side of the piece, and we just don't want any of that to happen. So we have to very carefully balance all the temperatures. And then over on the right, if I didn't point it out to the newcomers already, we're continuing to make those fruits that'll be hanging. And these are lovingly called hairy berries by our visiting artist who designed this piece. And if anyone wants to check out those pieces, you can always kind of take a peek. You can walk around the entirety of the hot shop, actually, and I do recommend checking out those pieces up there. So we have just finished this leg. We are heating it up just enough for it to be a safe temperature. We'll apply a little bit of water to our breaking point, crack that connection, and then pop the piece off. And this is going inside of the annealer in the front on the right, it looks like. These just sit at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and we'll keep it at that temperature, let it soak for a little while, and then it slowly starts ticking down and cooling very slowly. And this is all just to prevent thermal shock. So Trent is suited up in these big Kevlar gloves and this shiny suit to protect him as he carries this piece over and leans inside of that box. We've applied that water. Now we tap the pipe. And that was a clean break. So that piece is finished. And this is when we give them a round of applause for all their hard work throughout the day today. Yeah, there we go. Thank you very much for the applause.